Well, hello there. Let's make sure everything's happy here. It looks to be relatively so. Alrighty. Let me also get my docs up over here. We got more puzzles to solve, but first, more Solitaire. We have wins to make. I want this achievement. Where's that green one? Buried. Buried. That can come down there. You can live over here. You're buried there. That's buried there. Ugh, all my dragons are buried. Got a black 3 there, but he has no home. Could put that there. Could put that there. Put you on here. Pulls a 3 out of there. And then we're kind of stuck. Don't have anything to put anywhere else. Put you here, you can come over here. And then we only have to figure out what to do with this guy. But what to do with him is a conundrum. Put that up there and pull. Yeah, okay. You. Oh, crap. That's the wrong color 3. That's okay. I think. Because I can move this here. I'll have to find a home for him. Here, for instance. Then you can come here. I need to dig this out. If I put you here and you here, that can come over here. Then those can... Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Or they can go up there. That's a thing too. We can do this, which pulls you here. You can trade. That can live here. That goes up there. Cleans up a bunch of stuff. Gives me lots of room to work with. Y'all up there. Perfect. Done. Let's do one more. One more victory. Oop, I also need to get... Hey, Xbox, how's it going? Minimize my chat windows when I was laying things out. Okay, let's see here. That's buried up there, but we got 3 out here. Let's see. My red one is there. Black one is there. You come over here, that doesn't really get me anywhere. I guess I could pull that out up here. You down there, that would give you a home. You could come over here. You could come out to there. Then I'm kind of stuck with that, but I'm pretty deep into the stack at that point. Could put that up there. That often becomes a problem. We can move that down there, though. Gives me a little bit of breathing room. But now, you would need to go up there. You up here, that get that out of there. Oh yeah, that'll clear up a little bit. Because then, like so. My black 2 is pretty buried as well. You up here, that goes up there, then I'm stuck here. I put you up here temporarily. This stack could move over. That would go up there. That'd give me a free spot, which I could then move you to, which would get 1, 2, but then I gotta deal with these guys still. Oh, but if I had a free spot, you here, this here, that there, this here to get it out of there. I couldn't, then I'm stuck. That I can't pull him out. Might be kind of hosed here. Everything I need. Oh, I can pull you here though. Doesn't really gain me anything. I need another 8, which are all buried under things I don't have room for. That there, stuck. I move you up here, I have a free space. Pull that out. Then I'm stuck with a 5. I have no place to put. Pull that out. That's still buried. Can't get him out of here anyway. Yeah, I'm host. Alright. Okay, that one's kind of buried. These are pretty close to the surface. We get you here. You can come over here. That can go there, but it's kind of the opposite of the direction I want to go. Does get me closer to this. Need a way to shuffle those two. That would make a start of a stack. That's already half of a stack. Oh, okay, here we go. You. I need to find a home for you. That can go there. Put this here. This can come over here. That can come over here. You can go there. Need a place to put you. That can come back down here, actually. Which can get that out of there. If I put one of these up, that sends the one over. I can put another up, then I can get these free. Gets those out of the way nicely. Gets me a couple cards up there. Perfect. You can come here. You can come here. This can come over here because that'll give me another spot. 1, 2, 3. You're back here. That 9 could come out. Gets me the 7 there, but I need the 8 as well. I put you here. You can go on there. Gets me that up there. This is still blocked. The dragons are kind of in my way here. In a reasonably large manner. One sec. Not me, neighbors. Okay. So close that real quick. Really need this guy out too. Oh, okay. So if I move here, this is here. That's free. That goes over here. 7 goes over here. That pulls these out. Yeah. There we go. Do it in the right order. There we go. There. Gets those out of the way. Things start flying all over. Those come out of the way. There we go. And now we make pretend devices. All right. What do we got in our mail here? Target Illuminator. Emitter modes based on range. Long range, aiming lasers on. Mid-range, switches to half power. Turns on a 20-degree flood emitter. Close range, switches completely to a 60-degree flood. Okay. And I believe I have that in the docks over here. So that we can refer back to that. Yes, perfect. Okay. Radar out is a simple input connected to a miniature radar unit that indicates when it fires a radar ping. Okay. Radar in is a simple input connected to a miniature radar unit that indicates when it receives a radar ping. Measure the delay between the start of a radar out pulse and the start of the radar in pulse. Oh, okay. I see. And then laser, flood 20, flood 60, as specified in the carbine target illuminator range diagram. So they're simple. All right, we're probably going to need a reasonably chunky controller because we need to, these are simple inputs. And we're probably going to need, we might be able to get away with this. It'd be kind of nifty if it could. We'll do you. We'll do you, right? Here's our rough draft of the layout. So we need to say up here, if we're greater than P1, how do we want to do this? We're essentially, we need to track state, right? This is backwards though. I think. I never remember the correct order for these. Let me go. Greater than. Value of the first operand is greater than the value of the second. Yeah, that's the correct way. P1 greater than 0. Back down. Okay. And this is radar out. Oh, actually, we need to initiate what indicates when it fires a radar ping. We don't send the ping. What if instead we did something like this? So we wait until we get something there. If you are radar out is 1. But here we need to actually move this in. Let's do that. So if you're 1, because it's 1, 0, 1, 0, and then 100, because this is 0, 0, 1. So if it's 1, that means that radar out has gone out. Then we need to say ooh, actually, I bet you they're going to throw us. I bet you there's going to be test cases in here where a radar in ping happens before. So we probably have to account for that. So maybe we don't do that part. what if we did... We need to... What if we put in a loop? We're waiting for a pong, right? Because we sent a ping. So wait pong is to sleep for 1. And then... Ooh. That kind of... We want to switch to this then. Kind of throws a wrench into that idea of using that guy, right? But we sleep for 1. And theoretically... These are only 0 or 100. So greater than 0... P radar in, right? Yes. Receives the ping. So. We also need to do here. Let's do this in accumulator. Designing weapons of mass destruction. All right, not mass, singular destruction. Here we need to do, we'll just use the accumulator. So here, if you're greater than 0, that means we got our pong. And now, weapon of 1 destruct. Yes. Yes, 1 at a time. It's for our carbines, so... I guess, you know, maybe 1 or 2 if they stand in a row. How you doing today, Mr. Ash? And then here we say, if AC is greater than 0, how are you otherwise? No, I asked first. You know, I continue on. I continue on. That is where I'm at right now. So we need to do, if you're greater than 0, the horrors persist, but so do I, right? Well, actually, I think we can do this backwards. Let's do an end here real quick. So if it's greater than 6... we just jump to the end, because 526 is where the laser should be active. If it's greater than 5, I'm going to run out of room here, so what's going to happen? Maybe, well, I get the same. Wait, ping. This is P1. I actually did this backwards. This should be P0. If not, sleep for 1. Jump. Wait, ping. Like so. Otherwise, it'll fall through to wait for a pong. Anyway, I'm quite happy I done writ my book. Awesome. Finished the text this weekend. Now it's all smooth sailing. Sure, sure. And a lot of editing and searching for a publisher and all sorts of nonsense. Yeah, yeah. But mainly smooth sailing. Lies we tell ourselves, right? So that'll wait for it to actually send us to be notified we've pinged. Then we wait for a pong. And this is where I'm going to end up in trubs. But I think I can actually get rid of this. No, I can't. It's going to be problematic. Without lies, I wouldn't get up in the morning, right? And those fresh horrors would have to face themselves every day. It's true. It's true. We could split this off into another controller. And we might have to for like the baseline solution. If you're greater than 5, well, we end up in trouble here too. We have 3 signals that we can send if we're using this. One is the floodlight. Zero 1 0 is, I guess, the flood 60. 0 1 0 is flood 20 and a laser. So that collapses 2 of the cases. So if you're greater than 5, that's not even true. Maybe flipping this as backwards is not a great idea. Maybe. So we still sleep. We still need to know if you're greater than 0. If so, flood 60 is 100. But flood 20 is 0 1 0. And the flood is the tricky part. So we can do a check here. If you're less than 2, we immediately know that we're done after we do what did I say? 1 there. But this I don't think is going to clear that register, which is going to be a problem for us. We also would need to clear accumulator out. So what I think is I need another controller, basically to act as like a preprocessor for this guy to determine what my interval is what I'm thinking. He can do this. This is still P1. If it's not, sleep for 1, jump back to wait ping. Otherwise, this won't be big enough. I bet. Yeah, because I won't have enough room to send. Are those operands the right way around? Maybe. Probably not. For some reason, I seem eternally unable to remember the correct order for them. I need a bigger controller for this even. So we'd be looking at, unless we flipped this. Again, and kind of reevaluated that idea. Then we could sleep, let's just say, and then can you add a command on the same line as label? I don't think so. Oh, maybe I can. It hasn't complained, at least. But I would be doing... I would wait for some kind of an input here. And then I would have to say... I'd have to move it into here. Then I would have to say... You need to equal... that. If you do, then we'd have to go into wait pong. Have to sleep. Then we'd have to wait. So yeah, I started running out of space again. We don't really gain any space doing that. So let's do a bigger controller then. You can go here, you can go there. We still wait for the ping. If it's not greater, sleep for 1 and jump back. Otherwise, wait for pong. We add 1, sleep for 1. If you're greater than 0, forgot to add 1 here. If you're greater than 0, we move AC X2, let's say. And then wait ping. But also we need to clear AC at that point. like so. So let's put you, we'll just hook you to 0. So now this guy can sleep until he gets something here. Let's just move you to dat. And then we can do our switchy logic here. So we say sleep and add 1. I also forgot here. If it's not, we have to jump back to wait pawn. This actually needs to go here. Except for it can't. Because I would be off. No, I was right. Because I didn't do a sleep up there. In the case of it being greater than 0. Okay, so we're good there, I'm pretty sure. So we move you to dat. If dat is greater than 0, well, we wouldn't have, we could have a 0. I think that's still wrong though, because this wouldn't eliminate the possibility of a 0. Which may or may not bite us. We'll see. We'll leave it in here though, I think, unless we run out of lines. So if you're greater than 0 and you're less than 2, nope, 3. Then we need to say flood 60, 100 to x3. We're just gonna tuck end down here, which I think is okay. Because it'll loop back and then it'll sleep for another input. In theory. Then here, if it is greater than 3 or equal to, should be able to remove jump weight ping as it will naturally loop. Yes, you are correct. Good eye. I believe you are. So anyway. Okay. So we jump to the end. Otherwise, if it's less than 5, we're going to send 11 to x3 to turn on flood 20 and laser. If it's not less than 5, oh, I also need to check. Yeah, there's no reset to 0 in here. Wonder if one could vibe code these puzzles. Probably. There's probably enough data in the training sets. But I would be very disappointed in you. If you're less than 7, forgot to do that. Hang on. No, because that's going to be... If you're less than 5... Oh, okay. Yeah, that's where I've gone wrong. Okay, so... If you're less than... If you're greater than 0 and less than 3, we turn on Flood 60. And we're done. If you're less than 5... then we send 11 so that we have a flood 20 and a flood 60. If you're not less than 5, actually I could just do here, jump to the end because we're done at that point. Otherwise, if you're less than 7, move. It's just the laser 010, X3. No, 100. Other way around. And then it'll automatically jump to the end. Let's see if I've screwed that up. Probably. Probably is the answer. Well, my AI and Steam bills are so high that I need to spend all my time working so I can afford them. Therefore, I need AI to play my games for me since I don't have time. I mean, that sounds about like the state of the world today, I tell you what. So we got a ping. Uh-oh. It didn't jump in there, though. Messed up. Sleep 1. You should be greater than 0. I don't know. Putting them on the same line might break them. Let's see. So that one's 0. Now it's 100. I've done that again. Let's put that back. There we go. Okay. Yeah, okay. It does work. Interesting. Good to know. I also forgot to reset. I've added 1 twice. So that's not good. I did remember to reset. There we go. We add 1, we sleep 1. Not greater. Except for that one is actually 0. This is where I need to add 1, I think. Operand order? Yes. Okay, so we got our 1. And it said laser, because less than 3. Oh, because I flipped it. This was supposed to be 1. We get our flood 60. That's correct. Now we've got our ping. And we get our pong. We get 3. 1, 2, 3. That's correct. So it should be laser and the narrow beam. So 11. Perfect. Except for not. Oh, the laser's supposed to be half power. Crap. Well, balls. Laser isn't on or off. It has a power. Okay. This guy does not allow for half measures. So we need to control the laser like so. So P1 for yes. So when you're less than 3, we still move 1 here for flood 60. But actually that makes this a little bit simpler. No, not really. So if you're less than 5, move 50 P1, and then move, it doesn't need to be 11. It needs to be flood 20010. I literally just did that completely backwards. There we go. And then we're done. And if it's less than 7, then we still do that. And we also... No, we don't need to do that. We don't have to jump to the end here. Less than 5. 50% power to the laser. Turn on the flood. And if it's less than 7, we do need to skip this. No, I'm missing an optimization here that's very easy that we're going to chase down, I think. Greater than 0. Less than 3. Turn on our floodlight. We're done. If it's less than 7, we know our floodlight. Oh no, I'm wrong. It doesn't turn on the floodlight. At this one. Okay, so we still need to move 50, move that, and jump. Otherwise, if it's less than 7, P1. I was thinking that we kept our floodlight on at the high power. We don't. Okay. I'm just going to YOLO that. So we're almost there. We're missing something here. Boop. Okay. We get our dat. It's supposed to be 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That looks like a 4 to me. So that means laser and 50% and the narrow beam flood 20. It's because I forgot to turn off something, I think. One, 2, 3, 4. This is saying it wants laser at 100. It must be counting this increment as well. But I also do need to say, if you're less than 3, or actually I can just do up here, move that into data, and then move 0 to P1. Is it a 4 or 5? Do you count from pole start to pole start or pole end to pole start? Exactly. Exactly my question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It might be. It must be. So in that case, we sleep for 1. We add 1 here. Before we check. So this becomes 2, which doesn't have any impact on our output. That becomes that. My flood 20 is still on though. Oh, because this is now no longer reset. Problematic that. Let's take this out of here. We still check if you're greater than 0. We still check if you're less than 3. It's down here. This is still problematic. Because still need to do that, and then I would need to also reset my deal. And I can't do that. We could just YOLO and say, we don't check if you're 0. If you're less than 3, you just get to turn on, which leaves an edge case, right? But I bet you it's going to bite us. Betcha. But it would allow us to move 0 there. Oop, that didn't quite work right. That gets us our 50% power. Except for you're supposed to be one. We must count on the send then, because at this point it needs to be already turned on. Extra plus TLT3. Well, so this should be either 1 or 2, right? Gone too far. So this is 2. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, because, yeah, we took out... Good catch. We took out our check for 0. Just YOLO it. Okay, this is the one that was broken. And we're not broken anymore. Alright, it works. I'll take it. Let's take this offline. You removed the test instruction before that TLT. Yeah, exactly. Good eyeballs. Oh, so apparently I need a haunted doll in my stream. That's what Joe has educated us on. I see the graphs and like some people solve this with like 5 lines of code. I'm like, and I'm how? Okay, so I don't think you follow me on social. Somebody nerd sniped me. One of my viewers nerd sniped me on the VR buzzer as to how to get the production cost down to a single small controller. So this was our original, where we had the big controller, right? Reasonably sane. Oops, wrong button. And then I cooked a little bit on it, and this is how you can do it in the small controller. You just use a greater than -1 on your RX to not the axe, so you just flip it back and forth. So like that, my solution was so mighty my internet briefly died. Neat trick, right? When I realized that, I was like, oh, there's something I can do in there. There's something with a flipping an axe, I think. And then I went and looked it up on the docs, and I was like, ah, yes. But they also told us about the gen command and the at to execute only once in the story, right? So there's probably other hidden commands that they haven't told us about yet. Or hidden syntax, I guess you might say. Sinister giggle and blood-curdling cry. Ah, excellent. It's exactly the thing you want in a doll. Hey, a random number generator. Huh? Unmarked chips from a long time ago in storage, so maybe super secret squirrel parts, too. The original purpose or maker is unknown. Put some in the prototyping bin. Created by a ghost shift. Okay. Oh, that's fun. Are we allowed to play with these going forward? Not sure. But that when we encountered the game puzzle to create a concept game, the lack of a random number generator is one of the things that stymied me, right? Like, what do I do? All right, so random is a simple input connected to a random number generator. Cool. Speaker is a simple output connected to a miniature self-amplified audio speaker. Okay. How do we play supplemental data, audio data? Aha. Okay. Oh, it's So we only need 2 of these. We need ROM is what we need for this, which is, I believe it's this one down here. Let me double check. Does the company exec know the employees are using time and parts to essentially troll people? Well, isn't what's his face, the boss guy, the exec? Or maybe he's just a middle manager. Where did you go? Math coprocessor. Must be further up. Timekeeping. ROM, here we go. You are 200p14. Yes. Okay. So I should be able to then go back down here. Oh, I need to read how you read from it, actually. Read-only memory. 14 factory program memory cells. All memory cell values are set in advance by the design engineer. That's me. All memory pointers initialized to a point at the first memory cell address. Address 0. Okay. Memory pointers can be read over XBus with the A0 and A1 address pins. Okay. Memory values referenced by pointers can be read over XBus with the D0 and D1 data pins. Okay. So A is controlled, D is your data. After reading from a data pin, the corresponding memory pointer will automatically increment to the next memory location. Okay. So we need to so in this case they moved 0. Okay, so that sets our pointer, and then they move X2 to X0 to the output in this case. Okay. All right, I think I understand how to use this creature. Let's find out if I'm insane or not. I need to go back and grab my sound effects though. We were looking for Sinister Giggle. So values -999 to 999 fall somewhere between 10 and 11 bits. These CPUs are therefore 10.965 bit CPUs. That's an odd design choice. IRL, you can use a transistor in Avalanche breakdown for RNG. Gotcha. I don't know what that would look like in Shenzhen at all. Where are you? Here you are. So Sinister Giggle. We'll start there, I guess. 180, 41, 14, 14, 41, 69, nice. 74, 54, 27, 19, 40, 75. Okay. So that is our, we have a note? We have a note. Can I make my note different sizes? No. Can't overlap you either. We'll just put that there for now. And then this is the cry, right? Yeah. even worse, you get 14 instructions and your ROM and RAM chips have 14 words, which is 19.18 bytes. Talk about putting micro in microprocessor. That's what she said. 16, 36, 42, 14, 10, 58, 100, 76, 26, 28, 70, 80, 42. Okay. So we have those. Now, I think we can do this with a little guy. Actually, maybe not. Because simple output, so you go into a P, you go into a P. Because we need to be able to specify which of these we play, it might not work to do it in a small. We probably need a big yin. You in there. And we need this actually to come down here. Which, I don't know, I'll just use that one. Like so. And so PP? Yes, PP. We need a bridge. I'm gonna run out of room though. I guess I can just put this down here. I don't know why. I don't know why not. Like so. That would make sense. Could put the right ROM chip down though. I know, alright? Alright, so now I'm thinking you it is literally the value 1 and the value 2. Okay, so much like the docks, we're just gonna sleep at the end. Up here, we're gonna say if you are oh, how are we gonna do this? Maybe we don't need to do this after all. If you're greater than 0, actually, I don't even need to do that. It doesn't matter. If you are 1, that is the giggle. I can do this, I think. Or it's not a laugh, it's a cry. Duh. And then I would need that. So if you are and I gotta double check. Yeah, this is gonna be sleepy. Okay. I might run out of room here. It's coding and layout optimization game, and it has Solitaire. What's not to love, right? The restrictive size of the chips, I find kind of, I bump my head against it a lot. I feel like I had more room to work in Exapunks from what I remember of it. We'll have to see when we get there, you know, if my memory is correct or not. Okay, so I don't think any of these other things are gonna help me here. We're gonna say, actually, what we could do is do this. This might free up a little bit of space. If you're 1, we jump to Giggle. Otherwise, if you're 2, we jump to Cry. Otherwise, we jump to Wait. Giggle, we say, move 0. I need to refresh. Now that's just a challenge, not a limitation like that DevOps joke. Alright, so we need to move, 0 to, this is Giggle X1. And then if this is 0, we jump to Wait. We're done. Otherwise, yeah, I'm so gonna run out of room. We need to move X0 P1. Oop. And then jump to Giggle again. Yeah, I'm gonna need to put these guys in up here to handle this. Boss, we have a problem. Don't talk like that. There are no problems, just opportunities. Okay, boss, we have a DDoS opportunity. I don't think I've ever heard it called the DDoS problem before. I've grabbed the wrong controller here, so let's fix that first. Just thinking that there might be an interesting optimization here. You would need to go here because I need you also to come over here. Where maybe we could have but then I don't have a way to trigger you. I would have to put you on a power, but if I'm gonna do that, well, all you need to do with regards to the type of sound is change where it's being read from. They fit perfectly into RAM, so after hitting the null terminator, the resets. Yes. But the problem is I don't have a variable. I can't like combine things like that. And I suspect there probably is one that they haven't told us about. That's what I'm thinking. And they don't like I can't store an X1 or something into here. I don't think. Yeah. Nor can I combine. Which is what got me onto this right here. This idea. But I don't have the X bus slots to do that either. Which is problematic for me. And this guy doesn't have any simple I/O. You don't need much jumping around. You store the signal into DAT, and then do DAT1, and then move X1, ACK, move X2. I can't put... I can only put numbers into ACK. Oh, I see what you're saying. Store the signal into DAT, then do the DAT one. Read from chip, yeah, read from chip and ACK. Okay, so let's evaluate this idea. Okay. So we have our loop here. We wait until you are... Let's just check it. Check all this. Forgot exactly how ROM works. When you try to read from it, we'll give you the next value, an auto advance pointer. Yes. So here's the play loop, right? We say move. First we have to reset. So we need to say X0, because that's the data line. 0. If it is, then we're done. We can go back to wait. We're going to delete this for now. We'll worry about triggering it in a minute, right? So here's that. The problem is this. Addressing which one? Still move that into 0 into P1 anyway to stop playing. You might be right there. Ugh, my camera has gone blurry. Hang on. Fix that. The big problem is that I need... Oh, it's fixed itself. Cool. Love that. Has to equal that. Yeah, right. Okay. So, but we still need a way to jump between. We need to duplicate all of this code to know which... Oh, I see what you're saying. I follow now. So, what you're saying... Well, hang on. Because we still need to know which one we are reading from. So, we still need a wait loop. And we still need to know if P0 is 1 or if it's 2. We don't need to put random into dat though, right? It's a simple output. We can just test it. It doesn't consume it like an X bus signal. So we still need 2 play loops because I need to know where I'm shuffling things from. But it's not always 0. Our verification, this random output is random between 0 and 100. Right. And I still need... I can't wait for signal. It'll always have a signal. It just spits out voltage, basically, is what it's trying to say. But the play loop, so there's the problem with the play loop is I need to know where I'm reading from in the loop. And I can't swap that. Thought it was returning 0, 1, or 2 only. No. Yeah, no, it's not an X bus. That's the kind of one of the wrinkles, right? Is it's just voltage. So, and I don't have a variable to say, okay, point to this data bus and just shuffle it through. I need a loop to do that. And then I need a different loop just for the sake of having this. Even if I put it into DAT, I need something to feed things into DAT continuously, right? And that needs to be an address of the data line. So X2 into DAT, X2 into DAT, and then DAT on. And if I'm going to move it into DAT, I might as well just move it to P1 because it just goes straight out there. It's one of those deceptive puzzles, right? Which is what started to make me think about this, because then I can just trigger this to play the loop. Which actually... I do need to use both X's here. So then I started to think, right, you need to remember which you're playing anyway, since that 1 or 2 won't persist. Right. Which is why the loop that I originally sketched out just ran through this until it hit a 0 and then went back to waiting for the correct voltage. Can plus and minus the read from the correct ROM chip based on it? I can't, though. I need to read from X0 here, right? And I can't combine anything. I don't have like a variable that I can set. So that's what it looks like, right? I can't do that. It has to be that. The tricky part is having enough inputs and outputs here. I could. So if I have 2 of these, I can wire those up to the same, like that. So that's 1P would do that. But triggering it is the tricksy bit. Unless You scooch you down here a little bit so I can get around here. Something like I just dropped in Discord. Move X1 to ACK. Move X2 to ACK. Oh, I see. It's an interesting idea. All right, so we'll wire you back up real quick here. All right, so here we're gonna do our, we'll just call you wait. Oh, we need to, yeah, okay. Move dat, or move P0, move 1, dat. And then P0, 2, move 1 to dat. 2 to dat. Actually, here I can do, well, no, because it won't be one or the other. It'll be random. Reading from ROM is only one instruction difference. Right. And then here we say that's greater than 0 dat. If it's not, we go to wait. Otherwise, we drop down here and we can say play loop. Let's just say now this is too much. This is still going to run out of space. We can move that up, but that's not going to cure our space trubs. Am I going to make this open source? The solutions for a game? The... So let's just do if you're 1, move X0. Oh, we need to also say, well, maybe not. Move you to P1. Otherwise, well, no. Let's see. We can kind of collapse that a little bit. Or not to P1, but to ACK. We're not really gaining, we're like double checking here essentially, right? Yeah, kind of. You would be x2. Ac. P1. If you're 0, and so here's the other thing, we have to reset these things. Right. But I don't know if they loop around. I guess we'll find out if they loop around. That may be an incorrect assumption. Instead of the second checking, you use minus since there's only 2 possibilities anyway. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, because we jump out early. Let's see. I want to go straight up to... Oh, we're not sleeping. Down here. Sleep for 1. Okay. We expect you to have 50? What? Oh, I see. Because it's... Okay. Because there's negative values. All right. So here we get our first 1. Boop. We move 1. Dat. Boop. I have done this backwards. You know why I think I keep flipping them? Because all of these, it's number to the register. Boop. Boop. Here we go. Oh, I also need to sleep in there. Yeah, because we send 100 to you. And then we also need to loop around in here, because that's a prob. If you're not 0. I don't need to jump to wait, though, here, actually. So, if you're not... Jump to play loop. Try that again, shall we? So, boop, 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 boop. But I don't sleep in here. I have to sleep in here. It's a Titan agate, right? So... Oh, I don't even need this. Sleep for 1. We're going to move you in here directly. We need a different method. Ooh, no, I do need that. I need to shave a line. Can you test value on the P1 after you'd written? Actually, I don't know if that shuts it off or not. That's an interesting question. But there's only one way to find out. If you're 0, Then we jump to wait. Otherwise, we sleep for 1. Oh, I can't do that either, though. I need to... If you're not 0, I sleep for 1. I gotta do it that way. So, jump up here again. Move you in. It does turn it off. Wait, no. If it's not 0, which it's not. I've got my operations in the correct order. So we move you in there. Oops. So 100 goes in. P1. Yeah, it clears it. Do I? Expects 100. And the first one is a 1, so it should be giggle, right? Yes. I don't need to sub 50. Don't think. Oh, there is something going on there for sure, though. Because 50 is baseline, and they're... Oh, okay, 14, right, okay. Yeah, no. It's good. It's good, because 0 is a value for it. Oh, but when I hit... Yeah, okay, yeah, I think I'm okay. I just need to shave 1, yeah. So you need to go into AC, you need to go into AC. If you're 0, if you're not 0, I jump, yeah. I sleep and I jump. The weight can be shaved, 1 test removed. All you need is if, else, if. So I reset that. No, because it's not 1 or 2. It's anywhere between 0 and 100. Unless I'm missing something. Move 1. Move 2. If you're greater than 0. Should be behind. Instead, plus minus? I don't think I can plus minus. We can find out, I suppose. So we do that. You're saying I still have to do that. Hang on. All right. You do that. I'm gonna have a think. So 50 to P1. If you're 1, we move 1 in. Otherwise, we still have to test if it's equal to 2 or not. This, I don't think I need dat here. Well, I gotta check somewhere here. You're missing the move. Use Discord chat and stream so during living. Yes. So you need to move. So hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But you've missed the part where you have to move. In case of a 1, you still have to move it to dat. Move is from P0. P0 has the correct value. Right, but I don't think this executes in both cases. So here we do. Let me just check this real quick. So let's do your solution here. P0, 2. Move it to dat. Sleep and wait, right? Okay. Go here. And conveniently, the first one is 1. So it's going to work for this one. Oop, it doesn't work for that one because I need to do my stuff there. But I'm actually more interested in the value 2 over here for now. Because that's the one I don't think is going to work correctly. So it is equal to P2. That moves it in. We get dat. But in the first case, let's see here. Oh, you're right. Okay. First test positive, the first plus remain active. Yeah, you're right. I didn't think that was the case. Okay. So we still sleep when we jump weight. Okay, so here we need to... What was still broken? We didn't move AC to P1. If you're equal to 0... then it falls through. Otherwise, we sleep for 1 and jump to play loop. Okay. Aha. It's because the plus is associated with the most recent test which was run. Yes. Changes allegiance. I like that. If you put one of the tests itself under a plus or minus, it's ultra sneaky. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wow. And we did it in almost the least possible for power and lines of code. Okay. Okay. That's a good thing to keep in mind. It's a good trick. Forbid you from doing anything further relating to ghost electronics. What I was worried is what happens if a random happens to interrupt a sound already playing. Did they make us do it or not? Turns out no. Ah, yeah. Yeah. That would have been a tricky wrinkle for sure. There's a reason my hardware CPU design professors at college hated my guts when it came to turning in papers with CPU code on them. I did this kind of trickery all the time. Gotcha. Oh, we've got a spec generator. We can make tests, essentially. I don't want to upload anything to Steam Workshop. I do want to... Oh, okay. I don't think this tab was here before. Let's just play with it. See. I don't... Where do I change it from like a keyboard pulse or keypad pulse? Delete that real quick. No, just that. Is that all I can generate? There was a specific class where the optimal solution to the problem took like X CPU cycles, measured it on the simulator, and my solution did it about 20% less. Gotcha. Well, optimal just changed. I'm confused. Like, this just looks like an automatically generated puzzle. Where do I generate it? Oh. Ugh. Okay. I have to edit it in a text editor. That's what's up. Get you back where you belong. My trick, I turned off all the fancy CPU optimizations and tailored my algorithm to precisely this kind of trickery, delayed read-write, and pipeline condition jumps. Gotcha. Alright. We're not going to mess with that. Not right, meow. Multiple products with no point, no goal, no larger plan. Sounds like you're doing it the same way as everybody I've ever worked. Oh, she's the vice president. So yes, the execs do know that we're messing around, trolling people. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to play some Solitaire real quick. Take a break. Oh. What a lovely gift. There we go. Alright. That. Gets me a 1 and gets me way down there. Pretty close to... free spot. Good call, right? Wait, the break or the moving? You could come live here. You're a problem. You could come over here, which I guess gets the rows out. Why not both, right? Break you out. I really need my 8s to come out is what I really need. You. Then you come back down. Like so. And now I really need a 6 to come out of somewhere. You. I can do that. As long as I can remember what the hell I was doing. That gets all that cleaned up a little bit. If I move you here, that frees you. The other one's buried though. I get you out. I might be able to build a stack here. Hang on. So you're there. You come here. I need a place to put a 3, a 2, a 6. Yeah, I can dig this out. That gets me a free space. Oh, no. You can trade, though. That gets me another free space. I can move you here. That'll get a 1 up there. Then you. Then I can get my dragon out of there. Like so. You come over here. Everybody has home. Red 9 is the play? Sounds like the play to me, too. One more. Okay. Not quite as nice of a layout. Nicely done. Well, thank you. Well, thank you. You. Okay, yeah. That'll get you guys out of here. I filled that up a little earlier than I would like, but we'll see if I regret it. You can come here, but that doesn't get me a whole lot. Because that's buried. Those are all super buried. If you like this sort of minigame, you'd like their last entry, the last call BBS. It's basically minigames like this. Gotcha. Put you here. Doesn't really gain me anything. Alright, I need you to find a home briefly. Stuff they had ready for inclusion in larger games, but didn't manage to sneak in anywhere, so they made like a collection. I see. You're a problem. You would free that, which doesn't super help me. I think I'm kind of boned. Because I don't have another 5 to free that up. My spaces are full, which bit me like I thought it might. Yeah. Me thinks this one is host. Me too. Alright, let's see. You could come over here. You could come over here. That's kind of the dead end there. You're hiding back there. Ones are deep. If I can get you out of here, though. Actually, I'm going to YOLO this. That's going to solve some problems. You can come back down here. You can come back down here. Let's see. You could come over here. That frees up that. This needs to find a place like this one, like that one. You could actually come here. You can come here. Get out of my way. 6, 5. You all could come over here, and then we could. Oop, that's the wrong colors. But we could swap that around a little. This will give me two spaces still. That'll cause that to come over here. That can... Oh no, those are wrong colors. That can come here though. That can come there. We'll just put you there for a second. And then let's see, what do we got buried in here? There we go. All right. Back to work. Enough slacking off on the job. Aquaponics maintenance robot. Actually, hang on. I'm going to get a beverage really fast. There we go. So. Hey, you're getting pretty good at these, right? I don't even like Solitaire normally. Like, the last time I played Solitaire was when I was a real young kid on my grandma's computer. So, like, way back in the day. I just want that achievement because 5% of people have it. Okay. Moves between stations in a line. Okay. Cleans or adds nutrients to the system as needed. My last real Solitaire game was, I think, like a 386 and Windows 311. Yeah. I can't remember if she had 95 or 98. Alright, radio RX non-blocking, okay. Motor is a simple output connected to a bidirectional motor, so we need positive and negative to go to it, I'm sure. We're going to get a data packet. Tool clean and tool feed are simple outputs connected to unknown tools, okay. Maintenance robot begins in station 0. Motor to 100 and back to 50 will move it to the next station. 0 and back to 50 will move it to the previous. Destination, tool clean, activation time, tool feed. Oh, okay, so station, activation, and activation. Okay. Yikes, this looks tricky. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I do like that they give us this. That's very helpful as a visualizer. So in this case, it's 222. I assume we start at 0. So we need to go to 100, nothing, 100, nothing, or actually 150. So 100 to 50, 100 to 50. And then 2 for the cleaning. So once we get to our destination, we need to output 100 for 2 seconds, and then the feed 100 for 2 seconds. Okay. So. We need to store where we are in the world. I'm sure this is going to take at least a big one. We're going to wait until we... Actually, we can't do that because it's non-blocking, which is a super annoying thing. If it's not... Hello? Oh. We go back. I'm thinking get a subcontroller for our motor that knows where it is. We send to you where we desire to be. And then we'll do we can bidirectional that. That, maybe. We probably won't have enough time, but otherwise, or not enough time, but enough space. Thinking two big guns, what if we're moving another for tools? Maybe. Maybe. Probably because we have to track the state and the DAT. You're probably right. We'll worry about that in a second, though. I'd like to get this one to do tools if we could. So otherwise, what we're going to do... We're going to move you to that. I have to do that first, because this consumes that instruction. Yeah, that way. There's a thing we can do, but I don't think these are going to come in as separate packets, though. So we can move that X3. We're just going to move you in here temporarily as a thing, just so that you function as a stub. And then here, that will be the tool clean, right? Clean time. Actually move you into ACK. And then we'll use DAT for the feed. And then we need to... Can I just do that? No. Just test equal just to consume it. We just want it to be out of that bus. There's probably a way to do something else with that we just don't know about yet. Unless it's covered in the docs. So we need to double check. Because that seems silly to do. Or to have to do, right? Cast. Data available to be read. I don't understand. The correct use of nop in this syntax. Like, why do we want a nop if we can't nop an instruction? Like, I don't get it. But okay, so we consume that just for the hells of it, and then we moved ACK first. So gen p clean first p1, and we do you for ACK and then 0. Gen p2 for dat and then 0. p0, sorry, not p2. And then it jumps back up. And we're good, I think. Now, we're not worried about the moving just yet. Oh, duh. We are worried about it. So you. I think I do need a big one over here because I need 2 places to store. And then when we get you, we can move you into ACK. Then if ACK is greater than DAT, then we say, let me just do call you move loop, because we need to do move 100 to P1, right? At the start here, I need you to initialize 50 there, and only run that once. I need you then to move 100 to there, move sleep for 1. If not, I need you to move negative 100. No, it's 0. 0 to P1. We sleep for 1. We also need to, in these cases, we plus can I do that? Ooh, I need to do, I need to flip this, I think. Because the accumulator is going to be way easier to work with. That. And then we sleep for 1. And then we say, if ACK and DAT are equal, or rather, if they're not, jump to move loop again. Otherwise, it'll fall through, and we'll sleep until we get an input. messed up something. Oh, I forgot to... I also need to say move 1. Let's just say x3. Not x3, x0. That way we don't have that guy waiting. That's not the issue, but okay. So ac is 0, dat is 2. I messed up something there. Dat is greater than ac. So move 100 to P1. Oh. I also need to, up here, move 50 to P1 again. Try that again. Okay. $100 to P1. Add ac. Sleep for 1. You're not equal. I didn't add ac. Why not? Oh, I also need to do... Crap. And I can't... I can't set the amount that I generate. Move x0 to dat. Move loop. 50 to P1. Which I might... I don't know if this is going to break. Yeah, it will. I have to initialize. Okay. We sleep for 1. Up here, we need to sleep for 1 between pulses. Oh, I can shrink this in. Just barely. Just barely. This actually needs to come here. Ooh, I can't move you up there. You're too long. That's going to cause me to break. That needs to be that. That needs to be that, actually. Which is a mistake, but not going to fix our issue. Sleep for 1. If you're equal, then we're done. Otherwise, this is actually incorrect. This needs to be the plus, but I can't do that either. It does need to be down here. So that we know when we're done moving. That's a trick. X0 though, not 3. Oh! Jen. No, because I can't do 50. Sleep, move unit dat, hit our move loop up, greater than dat ac, move an 100. Oh, you know what? Duh. I'm an idiot. We'll make more line space so that it works. This one is giving me a right brain boo-boo, right? I was a victim of my own invented constraints in the line length when I just needed to name it a shorter name. Okay, so that's greater. We need to move forwards. We go pulse, we sleepy sleep. It's not equal. Oh, but I crap. I need to. This needs to go down. These need to do that. That. Not X3, X0. Doop. I don't know why I keep wanting to move it X3. This one. There we go. Okay. So we get in there. We move 1 over. We sleepy sleep. We're not equal. I did that. I moved it and I didn't move it at the same time. I need to do these first. Hoisted by my own petard. Exactly. Okay, so then we sleepy sleep. It's not equal. We move 50. We sleepy sleep. We go back to moving. We do it again. And then we say, hey, I'm done moving. And you, gen your pulses. Oh, we need to do that after. This can't run just once. It has to move anytime that we jump back up into there. It doesn't matter. If we do it once, then we change this. But it's still a line that's consumed. I love how much there's so many Frenchisms in English. I need to do... I need to do this sleep always, I think. Yes. This needs to be always, always. this needs to come down here. Then we do 2 seconds. We do that. Oop, I'm off the rails there. Hang on. Right here is where things go all wrong. Okay. Oh, because if it's 0, 0 means go back home. Reminds me of, I think, Stephen Fry, who in English is the lingua franca of the modern world. Don't remember if it was him or not. But it is kind of, it has become the default. Thank goodness, because otherwise I'd have to learn more languages. And, you know, I'm American. I'm incapable. But actually that just makes this simpler. That. Okay, things went a little crazy there. Yep. It's exactly what I can do. You go over here. Oh no. Because we tested for greater than. Okay. Damn it. We need to compare. And then if A, which is data, is greater than B, which is ACK, then enabled instructions. I think that's good. I think that's correct now. No, it's not. Why is it not? Oh, because... he's still asleep. Let's sigh. Because when we come over here, boop, and we say, we send our 0 over, we sleepy on 1, and then we miss our tool window to start. Because we have two time units behind the curve. So... balls? We need to omit doing things if we're already there, which means this needs to be aware of its location. We're using dat. Could use ACK. When we get here, we can say except we're using you. Pull the test for equality sooner, problem solved. What if we compared here? But if I do this... Oh. This quality test, perhaps? Except for that skips that. Could maybe do this. That breaks things. Lovely. Because this gets fired too soon. Should fix us up until then again. Okay, perfect. Okay, so... Oops, except for that. We would have to use... So instead of this, we could send back the actual position that we're in. And then here, instead of test equal... And we wouldn't actually have to do this. It would block until. So that gives us a little bit of room. Not X02, ACK, right. Okay, so if we did that... I don't know if we can ignore this until then. But it's certainly worth a try. What is this? This is Shenzhen I. Or Shenzhen, I guess you pronounce it. Except for you hang then. Right. So we do need to do that. That fixes that, but our tool feed... Oh, I did this wrong. Ah. Then I just need to say... if x3 and ac are equal... If they're not, I do this, and then I do this. And then I do this. Or not x3, x0. But this is actually dat now. Yeah, Good. Hey, my power usage is the lowest. You're reading too much from X3 now? Am I? It seems to work. Never mind then. Right. It seems kind of silly to maintain state twice, but without some other method, adding parts or something, Oh gosh, there's so much work. Okay, then. Like to have a remote kill switch for autonomous systems. Robots. Okay, makes sense. I will create the transmitter, you will create the receiver. Seems like an odd distribution of work. Okay. Non-blocking X-bus, right. 1, 2, and 3 are simple outputs. Okay. Data package received over the radio. Read it and execute the corresponding command in the following table. Okay. -1 is do nothing. 0 is power off. Read another value and turn off that output. 1 is power on. Read another value and turn on that output. Turn off all power outputs when 5 or more time units have elapsed without receiving a data packet. Okay. So we have 0, 1, and 2. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna play a game of Solitaire first. That one's gonna be hard. Because we have to maintain like 2 different sets of state in there. We'll think about it in a minute. First, we will engage in the age-old tradition of playing Solitaire instead of doing our work. You could go there. That would bring you here. Which would give me room... Except for not. Oh yeah, room for you. Except for that. Need an 8 to come out. Which I could do. Got a couple 4s, but if I dig out this, you can come here, that'll go there. You can come out of my way. 2, those are 2 are buried. The other 2 are buried. I can start digging you out. Oh, I can get you out of there. Perfect. You can come down. Wait. Yes, that'll get me another. Ooh. Will it? You come over here. You can go here. You're free. I need a 5 though. Or a 6. I have a 6. Yeah. Need an 8 here. You can come over here. You can come here. That'll go there. That'll go here. That'll go. Nope. Almost screwed my pooch there. There we go. That. You. Oh, you. Like so. Like so. Perfect. I nearly snatched defeat from the jaws of victory there. Okay. You can go there. Doesn't give me a whole heck of a lot. Still kind of the only thing to do, though. You could go there. That would come over here. That gets that free, which doesn't do, again, a whole lot. 1, 2, 3. Where's number? Oh, over there. So that there. That there. 3 there. 2 over there. Gets me that these dragons out of the way, I think. That there. Yes. I'll clean that up. But short on things I need, long on crap in my way. You're in the way. Just go over here. Just go away for a second. Even if I put you up here, that doesn't give me anything I can do with you. You need a 5. You would be there. You'd be in my way forever. I think I'm host. Can move you here. That would get me a 6. My thing is full. I guess I could pull back down. That would go up there. No home for you. Nowhere that I can put you. Well, I can put you here, but I can't put these guys anywhere. Move you. Then I still have this 4 to deal with. Move you. Oh. If I gets that, gives me a space. If I get you out, pull that, gets me another free space. Oh, you can swap, that's fine. You, I need to find a home. Pull you here, but then I'm stuck again. If I pull this out, and then put you here, I get a 2, then my 3 is still buried. So I can't get rid of a 4. My 2 comes up, I have a 5, then I have a... Ooh, okay. You. All y'all out the way. I have enough spaces for this is the question. Because I need to get a 7 in there, which I have here. I'll just do it. Yeah. And then... I think I had enough spaces to begin with, but I didn't want to screw myself over. Perfect. All right. Let's think about this guy again. So. This will be 0, 1, or 2. -1 means do nothing. So. I'm leaning towards this, which may be a mistake. We're going to kind of start noodling here, though. Greater than 0. If you're not, we go back to waiting. Otherwise, if you're 0, then we need to read a value. And then if it is... Oh, turn off that output. Crap. That's going to be trickier still. One, two, and three. 1, 2, and 3. Can I not a... No, I can't. Can't not anything other than an ack. This guy isn't going to help me. The lack of P is going to once again make my life difficult. We could put these guys here. And then handle 1 ourselves. I guess we can handle 2. Let's do that the other way around, though. For routing reasons. So we sleep you, and then we just say that's just not P0. No, P1. So we just toggle you on and off. So if you're 0, then we look for 0. But here we need to actually move. Actually, either way, if it's greater than 0, we'll put you in DAT. Actually, yes, because that'll consume the first one. This will put in the second. Then we say if that is 0, except that's going to make this tricky. This was nicer because we just toggle you. I think I'm going to do that. It's going to make my life easier at the cost of cost, literally. Because there'll be more components, right? But I ain't paying the bill. We won't need this line here anymore, so that's fine. This can be 3. You can be 2. Ugh. Oh, I can move this. Ah. Put you there. You'll look nicer that way, maybe. And then you could go down. Oops. Here. Except for your P is in the wrong place. Let's run you like that, like that. These are literally going to be carbon copies. So if you're 0, no matter what you are. No, yeah, because we already consumed the 0. We moved you to dat. Oh, I can't do that though. I need to turn you on or off. So this I need to move you to dat. If dat is greater than 0 or not, then I move you boop up here, move you in. Yada yada yada. Okay, that does change things because I then need to swap. It's a discrete on or off. Crap. We're still gonna move you up here. You're still gonna do that one and that one. Still am going to need data line over here. You will sleep. And then move that. Actually, it doesn't matter. I don't need to store it. It should be consumed by this, I hope. I guess it's a huge waste of a controller, but you're not greater than 0. We also need to say sleep. Here we need to say if dat is -1, move 0 to accumulator. Otherwise, we add 1 to the accumulator. And then all powers need. Can't these be done by a DX 3000? No. Because we would need to put out. So this would be like, depending on how we wired it up, this would be 100, but this would be the middle. So this would be 110 at this. It'd be 010 here. we need to toggle the state, right? Discreetly. So we don't really gain anything. Well, I guess we do gain maybe this controller going away. You know, I started going down that path and I kind of talked myself out of it. It might still be a thing. And it would be better to have $1 instead of $3. We do that. You come over here for me. You get wired in there for me. There is a, it only works on the accumulator though. So, no spoilers. There might be commands that we don't know about yet, but, where are you? We can DGT, which is isolate the specific digit value in, or digit of the value in the ACK register and store the result in the ACK register so it modifies, right? Oh, we can set those too, though. We can only set. Getting modifies the value to that, whatever you got. So if this was 100 and we got 1 or 0 rather, it would make ACK 1. But set doesn't work like that. Set, we can do a specific one. So that's interesting. Okay. We still need to store that. We still need to come in here and we still need to store no, because this, okay. Hang on. Because consuming this by testing equality will let us do a thing. And they're each 1. Well, I've done the annoying smug coworker routine where I come in, look at your work for 5 seconds, make some snide remark, which may or may not help, then saunter off. I'm going to bed. Night, man. Have a good night. We'll catch you tomorrow, unless anything comes up. I do need to spend some time tracking down employment opportunities. Because the current gig just ain't it. But I'm going to try to be here again tomorrow. So this one's going to be the problem. That and this. We need to track the time units elapsing. That's going to be tricky. Because we only have 2 registers. And we need to say We need to switch on this. Oh, okay. Well, no. Because we will have consumed. We would need another one of these to talk to. Like so. So that we could do the actual maths. So here we still need to move x0 to dat. And then we say we can compare dat to 0. When we compare, if A is greater than B, so if dat is greater than 0, we power on. And actually, if we... I don't have enough X bus for that. This might actually end up fitting in one of these too, but we'll see. I would like to be able to see my things though. I can't. X3. And then X3 again to move the next thing, or not that, the next packet that comes through onto that as well. If it is less than, well, actually in all cases, so if it's -1, if it's not -1, if it's greater than -1, we do this. Let's test equal instead. If it's equal to -1, then 0 to ACK. Mav? How about move? Ugh, I can't type. Otherwise, we'll just call you wait for now. If it is, we move it to 0 and jump back to wait. I think we get away sleeping 1 there. Otherwise, we move it there. But here we say if this is 5 or more, so we'll do greater than 4. Then we are going to say that 5 is our kill all the powers sort of thing. Otherwise, and if we do this, we also need to move 0 to accumulator. And then jump back to wait. Otherwise, we move on to here. We also need to... No, we'll go with that. That's fine. Here, we're going to sleep until there's something here. If you're 5, we're done. Otherwise, so this is going to come in. Zero, 1, 2. Except for we need to save. We might need a bigger controller for this because we need to save this as well. That'll slot in. We still need to sleep. We need to move you in there. Still do that. Otherwise, if you're 0, can't do that. I need to do that. Actually, I don't even need to do switching here. If it's not 5, we scooch you. And we move AC to X2. Because this gets a 0. Or our dad is 0 or 1. And then the next thing that comes in except for it needs to be so next thing that comes in is the index 0, 1, or 2. Yeah, I think that's right. And then you go away. -1. Otherwise, I forgot to do my if you're greater than -1, if you're not greater than -1, I should say, you jump to weight. I'm not resetting this correctly. There's something I'm missing here. So we sleep for 1. We should probably do this not here for one thing. So we move x0 to that. First thing we do is say, are you greater than -2? If you are not, we sleep and wait, and we forget also we need to add 1. Okay. Otherwise, if you're -1, hang on, I gotta think this through better. If you're greater than -2, and that means you're a -1 at the very least. Hang on. Greater than -2 means you're a -1 at the very least. So move that in. Because that's our keep alive. Otherwise, that isn't true. If you're not, then we add 1 to accumulator. Okay. Now we know we're above -2. Are we greater than -1? If we are, we do this. Like so. Easy peasy, okay? Right. Otherwise, we are a -1. We do that. That's it. We move it, we jump. Well, actually, no, we do that. Let it fall through. So if we're greater than -1, we pass it off to our other controller. If we're not, wait. This needs to be here. There. So the fall through here. We've added one. Decided if we need to do these, which might cause a bug. We'll get there in a second. If we are here, then we say if dad is greater than 4. Move 5 to x3. Move 0 to there. We don't need to jump. Otherwise, we sleep. So. Except for that's gonna... that, so that we always add it if we get a legit signal. We do it here. Because this is how we know we're greater than -2. We don't need it here. Okay, so 999 comes in. We add 1. We move on. We get a -1. Move 0. It's not greater. We sleep. 1. Resets. One comes in. Move you. You're greater than -1. So we move you there. Makes you wake up. You're not a 5. So we put you in there. We move you there. Power 1 turns on. We sleep. We get a 1. We turn on power 2. Okay, perfect. We get a 0. We move a 0 there. We send that on. Power 2 turns off. I think we're good. I think, oh, no. Where did that break? It breaks here. This should be at our zeros. So, boop. We got here. This is greater. Should have been greater. It was not. We add 1. Data is greater. Oh, no, wait. ACK. Tested the wrong thing. There we go. So, they move 5 over here. We move 0. Turns everybody off. Perfect. Love that. That didn't work, though. What happened then? Oh, because... Well, hang on. We move you. Oh, because when we do this... Well, actually, it should already be 0. Wait. What happened? Because ACK is 111, right? Meow. We actually want to go back further to like right here. So you're 4. Now you're 5. We say we move 0 there. Ah. We clear ACK there. Okay. Then we get to here. ACK is 0 correctly. And we turn on the correct one. There we go. I'll take it. And then I don't, because we use those, I don't think this guy fits inside this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nope. Oh, we don't even need this. Well, we need that. We don't need... Wait. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I'd need to shave 2 lines from that. I guess I could theoretically get rid of this line. I don't want to get bogged down in optimizing, but it just seems like it's so close. Okay, so we shed 1 line. That's cool. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I would need to shed 1 more. Actually, I think I could shave. So if we do this, we just always add 1, right? We could add 1 down here, as a matter of fact. We grab our data. We move 0 into ACK. If and only if it's ooh, no. That would have to go there. We could here say if you're -1, we just jump to the end. That would fix the need for that. Right? No, something's broken. I flipped it. That's our problem. Why does that? Send you data. Why are you? Oh. You get a -1, you jump. Okay. We continue on. Wait. We sleep. Oh, it passed on the 999. That's a prob. Oh, because, okay. Right. We need to not be sitting there waiting for that. All right, this is more complex than I thought to get the little optimizations. Think this was where we had success? Nope. That. No. Screwed up my success. Actually, can I go back? Will you be on the working version? No. Crap. Move you to dat. If you're greater than 2, I reset that. Or greater than -2. If you're greater than -1, I move you to x3, that, like so. Shouldn't have messed with it, but you know. So 1 goes over. Wait, 1 didn't go over. We get 1. It's greater than -2. Ah. That was before I flopped you. There we go. Perfect. Fixed. I'm pretty sure we could get that down further. But it would take some digging around, and I don't want to get bogged down in optimizing. Okay. X bus inputs are blocking. Okay, good. Connect all inputs so they can be read at once simultaneously. Okay. Data radar for smart grids. Cool, cool. We're going to play Solitaire, though. We have a march to 100 to accomplish. Let's see here. You can come over here. You're the only one that will fit there. You can come here. They would need to get out another... Another 4. 1, 2, 3. The 4th one's in there. Need you to find a if I put you up here, you can come here. That goes up. That's just hanging. And I have a floating 3. I don't have a 6. Well, if I put you away, I'd have a 6. Yeah. Might regret that. We'll find out. You can actually come over here. If I move you up, that's 1 and 2 and 3. And then you go away, which is very helpful to me. You can come out here. If I move you here, That can come out. Gets me the one up there. This can come out. Where are there 9? Oh no, I've got 3 9s. What am I thinking? You can come off of there now. You guys can come. Oh, you can't because you don't have a 6. Put you over here. That would give me a 6. You could go on. Then you can go on here. Leaves me a 7 floating. You come out here, I could have a 6. The 5 would go on you. I do have a 7. Okay. And we can swap the 4s around. Yeah. Or they can go up there. That's also a thing. You could come over here then. You could come here. You could come here. Gets you out. Gets you out. 987, 987. There we go. Victory. New game. One more. And then we'll start tackling this other puzzle. Or I might just play Solitaire for another 15 minutes. And then I could call it a day. You come out there. Do I want you first? You're going to come over here. 3, 3 gets me a 1 out and closer to a 9. I want you. Because then you can come here. Get a 7 out of there, which gives the 6 a home. Need a 5 though. You're hidden there. I can get you dug out. And then you guys could live over there. Like so. You could live here like so. I've got... This needs to get dug out. You would free up that, which would free up you, but I can't really get rid of you yet because you're hiding back there. If I move you here, I need to dig into here. You could come up here, that would put you there. I would need a place to put a 7. My other 8. Oh, you're right here. If I moved you here, you come out there. If I moved you here, you go up there. 5, 4. You here, you there. That would free that up, but this is still blocked. You here, you come out. I need a home for you. Oh, because you're missing here. So I could shuffle you. Yeah. There we go. I'm just blind. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. So you make room there. That gets that out of there. I moved you here. I could swap. This is still buried though. You here, then you guys can find homes, right? 2, yeah, okay. Gets those out of my way. That's better. Oh, duh. That. This. You. Perfect. Yeah, we're just gonna play Solitaire for 10 more minutes. Play a couple more games. It's gonna be a gnarly puzzle, so it's gonna take us way longer, and I do wanna go get a couple things done still today. Okay, you're there, but there. You could come here. You would be in my way. I don't have a home for you. You two, well, you can go there. You'd come up here. If I had a home for you, that would solve you. This one's kind of ugly. Put you up here, you up here. That uses up a lot of my spaces. Then you could come over here. I don't have a place to put... I put you here. Frees up at 8. Which doesn't give me... a lot. Because then I'm still buried here, and that's not in order. You can come here. You're just gonna have to go there. Not really much I can do with or about you. You go here. You can come here. Swap. Put you there. That'll get that free. Then I need a place to put you. Could also then move this though. You know, they both hide a box. This one might be cooked. Could also turn on my light because it's getting dark in here. I'm gonna just YOLO this. In the hopes that it gets me closer to something better. Now, if I was to put you here, you could come here, you'd be here. I'd have a free space still, nothing up here though. And I really need to dig down to this. This would not get me a 4. But you here, that gets a 1 out of there. 6 comes out, which is not super useful to me, but it's forward progress. You could come here. Oh, that might have been a misplay. If you were here, I might have wanted to move that. I don't think it makes any difference here, actually. I move you here. That lets me pull this over here. I get a free space. But where do I go from there? Could shuffle you up there. I don't have any 8s out except for you, and you're pretty buried, and I guess you... maybe. But you here. You can go here, you go there. Except for now I don't have a 7. Yeah, I'm boned. Yeah. Alright, we'll try that again. Put you up there, or I could try to dig out. You to dig to the bottom of that. You would go there, you would end up going there. You can't go there. You don't have a home. You, and then cooked. No path forward. You have no home. But you could go on there and then there. Have to do some shuffling around, but then I think I'm still full of spaces. So you. You, then you? No, because you're 5. You're red, I mean. You. Dead end. You. You're there. What am I even thinking? The dragons, they are in my way. Kind of all I can do to shake some things loose is like that. And then I need to figure out... That would get you out of here. I think I'm kind of boned here, but... Put you up here, then I can pull you out, then I got you. And then I need to contend with this mess here. And I don't have a home to put things in. If I chucked you up there, and then you up there, then I would get a 6 out, which would get that out of there. I could swap that back. Oh, nope, that's the wrong color. I'm just gonna do it. I'm pretty sure I am hosed. Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong colors. 6. No, that's fine. You gets that up there. Those are the wrong colors, but this is not the wrong color for this, so I get that back. You. Dead end. Well, you come over here. Then dead end. Screw it. Gonna go for it. Put you here. I can swap that and that. Gets me down to a 3. kind of hosed. Pull you over to that spot instead. 2 goes up there, I get a free spot back. That's just a net win all around. We'd like you to have a home. But you here, that'll come up here. That can go up there. I can get a 7 out. Again, it's just a net win. Less cards on the table, same amount of free spaces. Move that there, but that 8 doesn't have a place to go. I move you out. 6 comes over here. 2 goes up there. 5 goes right under it, under the 6, and that gets me that guy out. But I don't have a place to put the box. Get that out. I can move you there, but this is still buried, and then I'm blocked there. You're just a mess in my way. You're just a solid block of concrete in my way. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I was thinking, and I just really hosed myself. I was thinking if I could move you someplace that would get me... Oh, maybe I can recover a spot. I don't think that was the play I should have made. 6 would go there. I could swap those around. That would get me to a... Okay, maybe. Maybe. I need my 5s here. Or no. Brain fart. That digs that out. Then I'm kind of in a pickle there. 3 could go there. 4 could come there. But then I got a 5 in my way. Might as well. I've been on my last legs this whole game. Yeah, I don't think there's a way out of this one. All right. But that'll take us to the top of the hour. So 4 hours. I'm going to call it a day on the stream here, and I'm going to go do some other stuff. Most notably, starting with some lunch. So thanks for everybody who came and hung out. Thanks for working through the pretend devices with me. It was good to see you guys. Good to have you out here. I would love to see you again next time. Like I said, I'm going to try to stream tomorrow. We'll see what happens. But if I'm not here tomorrow, then I will be here for roughly 2 hours, starting on Friday and ending on Monday. I start at 8 p.m. Central Time. And I'd love to see you again. Come hang out. We'll do normal coding starting on Friday and ending on Monday. And if I'm here tomorrow, we'll do more Shenzhen. But if I don't see you, you guys